Well, this is the current situation. But it is clearing. Welcome, ladies, gents, teddy bears, to the Ted Coningsby channel. And we've got a bit of a good old Suffolk smog. Just made that up. Tell you what, it sounds good. Welcome to Big Iron Thursday. And spy a KC-135 in the mist. There's been all sorts of delays and cancellations and all sorts. The tower looks pretty cool. This is cool. Love stuff like that. Look at this. Just had a change of runway. Runway 28 now in use. I don't know how good that's going to be. It could actually be better because it's going to look a little bit more atmospheric. Look at this. There is a tiny little aircraft arriving as well. I don't know if we'll see it. It's call sign Duke 15. It's a little Beech 200 Super King Air, but of course it'll probably have a military designation on that. Be a C-12, I think it's just, they call it a C-12 because of course military designations on civilian aircraft, of course, even down to the engine. For example, the CT-6 is a F-138 on the C-5, even though it's part of the GE, etc. So we've got a C-12 arriving. Very typical in World War II to have this characterized mist every morning. I've got some wonderful photos and paintings at home of Lancasters, B-17s, Spitfires in the mist. Very common in Lincolnshire, Suffolk, Cambridgeshire, Norfolk. That mist that just doesn't go away, and it makes these shots very, very atmospheric. It is clearing, and of course the damp from the mist would cause all sorts of problems for armourers during World War II, as the condensation, the mist, the dampness of the bombs, if they weren't careful, they'd actually freeze up in the skies at high altitudes and therefore won't release. So they would have to carry out drastic measures to try to release the bombs. Coming back would be a hot bomb. They'd try. Lancasters would have the special portholes inside the fuselage for the crew to examine to see if there were any frozen or stuck ordnance or hung ordnance. And if so, they would have to pretty much use probably a hammer or brute force of some description. Yeah, missed approach. I didn't even see it. It missed it. A genuine missed approach. That is a genuine missed approach. And it's, I mean, I couldn't even see it from there. So things are looking good for landings here. There were a couple of KC-135, or there was one at least, KC-135, which is diverted back, or at least diverted to Ramstein. Very atmospheric. Let's have a look. I mean, you've got this, and then over here you've got one of the RC-135, the Rivet Joint. In fact, that is a Royal Air Force one. Right. Okay. 51 squadron markings. Hence the goose. This is... Boeing, I think it's a C-32, I just showed you there, that came in yesterday. There we go. There are two. funny feeling that avoided a bird strike. I don't know, it could have been just an optical illusion, but that was... There is another KC-135, so the delays have come. So yeah, there's the C-32 that arrived yesterday. Lovely winglets there. Goodness me, I don't know, you may have to play that back. Was that, I mean, it can be, you know, the perception. It did look like it took a bit of a turn. Just trying to think what the most that we've had as a flight of KC-135s. Was it 4? I think the most we've had is 4. One after the other, but definitely 3. We've had a 3 ship before. I'm just trying to think if we've had a 4 ship before. Enjoyed that spluffage. That was pretty cool in that second one. Yeah, tuned into the Ted Reggie channel. Don't forget to hit that like button, ladies and teddy bears. Give us a thumbs up. You've been cleared to land using the ILS on the like button. Do join us, do subscribe to your one and only Ted Reggie channel. Well, what a start to the morning. All sorts going on. A genuine missed approach from a C-12 that made that go around. Clearing up very, very slowly. Even got a C-17 here. Welcome to the home of the 100th Air Refueling Wing, hence the only operational World War II tail marking in flight, flown operationally. The square D was once on B-17s. The 100th Air Refueling Wing's legacy stems back to where they began as the 100th Bomb Group. They are still nicknamed the Bloody 100th. Today they fly the KC-135 with just one of the 4 squadrons that they had in their bomb group, the 351st Air Refueling Wing, which once were the 351st Bomb Squadron, who once not only flew the square D tail marking, but also the Echo Papa was their squadron markings on their fuselage. February 1992, when the 100th Air Refueling Wing arrived here. KC-135, a wonderful legacy, a true tribute to American engineering craftsmanship. The KC-135, the tanker, for both boom and drogue and probe style air-to-air refueling, introduced June 1957 and first flew on the 31st of August 1956. I mean, that's just amazing. Powered, it can take 80 passengers as well as being an air refueler. Can carry 200,000 pounds. That's 90,718 kilos for the new money. It's powered by 4 CFM International F-108s. They produce 21,600 pounds off thrust each. So they are equipped with 4 of those. Initially produced for Strategic Air Command to support the SAC Strategic Air Command bombers. It's seen all kinds of it's been in all arrays of the battlefields, mid-air refueling from F-105s, F-4s, B-52s, all sorts. It's had, of course, retrofit engines through its career. With various avionics upgrades as well. Even upgraded refueling pods as well. A special flight refueling pod, a Mark 32B pod for drogue and probe, releases a drogue basket inside in the pod. KC-135 serial is the 571419, the 1957 model. Continues to serve at Arizona Air National Guard. It's the oldest in active duty of the US military service. It's just clearing up quite nicely now. .215 is just holding at the minute. With Lakenheath just 5 miles in the direction of the backwards growth line. Just waiting for some of the traffic to clear. high-speed channel. We've already had a two-ship departure of KC-135s, a great start to the morning, and we've got one more about to depart, along with a arrival of a C-12 based on a beach .200. This looks like it's ready to go. Amazing. Now we're going to get some atmospheric shots. Now look around what we got here. What's going on here? RAF Mildenhall is also home to the 352nd Special Operations Wing. They have two flying squadrons, the 67th Special Operations Squadron that fly the MC-130J Commando 2 and the C-146A Wolfhound. and the 7 Special Operations Squadron who fly this, the CV-22 Osprey. Always reminds me of a dead spider when it's like that. Don't know why. Also stationed here are the 95th Reconnaissance Squadron. They're part of the 55th Wing, and they've got a variety of the RC-135 variants. From Combat Scent to Constant Phoenix to the classic Rivet Joint. All those. Oh, what a morning. And for some reason here we've got a Royal Air Force Rivet Joint just parked up happily. We've got a C-32, we've got a C-17. I love this place. It's just, you just never know what's going to happen from one day to the next. So a very warm welcome to everyone here in misty Suffolk. Although it's depleting now, the mist, it's fading away. But it's made for some very interesting movements this morning already. Got the C-32 there, which I believe came in last night. Well, let's see, we've got the intakes there, the nacelles on the second one, the furthest one with the covers off, so that's a good sign. Right, Ted, are you finished now, mate? Ted's done now. He hasn't been on, bless him. Welcome back to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're going to get some Osprey action today. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. And joining us, of course, naturally, is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. How you doing, Ted? Ted just giving it up for the 100th Air Refueling Wing, and of course Team Mildenhall, because there are other wings and units here that work in full swing harmony together. Ted loves his military action, and we hope you do too. Don't forget to hit that like button and do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel, and don't forget to hit that notification bell button where you'll be notified of our latest and greatest live streams and videos. Let's ride. CV-22 Ospreys. And this is a base that has been packed with history. Again, like all the other bases and places, it's had a lot of iconic, shall I call them, eras and ages of time. You know, we've had a lot of statement aircraft here, and one of which is, of course, the SR-7. Actually, I was just thinking, the SR-71. I've actually got a tiny little model of it as well. That'll excite you all. Now I've got to remember where I put it. I mean, how'd you lose an SR-71? Do you know what I mean? It's seen better days. Yeah, I mean, it's seen better days, this little model that I've got here. But yeah, so many statement aircraft that have come and gone through here. So the SR-71A Blackbird of the 9th Strategic Reconnaissance Wings Detachment 4 was a huge statement that arrived here. You can hear Lake Heath in the background. I'm just checking on this C-12 what it's doing. Is it completely gone? Yeah, it's gone back. Yeah, Yeah, okay, so that's gone. Okay, so I don't have to... Right. There was a C-12 Duke call sign, and it's sadly it missed approach and is going back to Ramstein. Now, the very first time this aircraft, and I do apologise, maybe I'll have to get a better looking one, but here it is, the SR-71A Blackbird, and the first appearance, the first debut was only a short visit first, but it was something that was going to be an icon of Mildenhall, and it made its first visit here in September 1974, and the trip took from New York to London, and it only took 1 hour and 55 minutes to cover a range of 3,479.41 miles. Now, to achieve this record, the SR-71 flew more than 3 times the speed of sound, and it was on the September the 13th, 1974, the SR-71 departed from Mildenhall for a record-setting again flight to LA at California this time, and the trip took 3 hours and 47 minutes and covered a total of 5,446.86 miles. And within 5 years of that, both the SR-71 and the U-2 operated from Mildenhall. So it became a bit of a landmark, and it was on April the 1st, 1978, that it was when the SR-71 returned to Mildenhall in order to actually operate. That was the official date, April the 1st, 1978, and that's the result of Det 4 of the 9th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing, which moved here. They were operating this and the U-2. The U-2 operations, though, they did move to Alconbury in February of '83, and April the 5th, 1982, almost a 5-year before the U-2s left RAF Mildenhall, it was time for 2 SR-71s to be permanently based here. That was given the go-ahead until the departure happened in January 18th, 1990, and literally it became a symbol of Mildenhall, the SR-71, and I missed out on that, unfortunately. I was in Brighton. Well, when your parents move and you're a youngster, you don't really have a choice, so you just go with it. Well, a good start to the morning with a 2-ship departure of KC-135s, followed by a singleton, and of course we just caught a glimpse of the missed approach from the C-12. Yeah, so that was given to me, bless, by Ginge. Thanks, Ginge. He did say it's not in the best of condition. Well, a bit of flashy on the CV-22 Osprey number 2. But I'll get myself a better conditioned one. And speaking of models, a big shout out to AGR Models. Jeff, thank you so much for the array of die-cast and plastic models. Thank you so much. Davey, Margot, Simon, Aspen, making up the Spanner Flight crew. How you all doing? And of course, members: Tony Rivers, Purple Bat, Wee Stevie Boy, Leah, Remco DeVray, Alan Burden, Wee Stevie Boy, Anonymous, Remco, Tony, Hank Verkuel, how you doing? Ian Macabre, Paul Mayers, members, how you doing? Also, LJ Approach, just sitting you on here now. Oi oi to you. RSVP. Yeah, I'll get myself a larger model of the SR-71. I'll give you a little walk around of the masterpiece. It was. I nearly picked it up actually. My very first military book that I bought. I remember it. I bought it from Western Supermare, High Street in W.H. Smith, and I remember buying that book. And the first aircraft that I went straight to was, of course, the Tornado. But then second, I was fascinated by the SR-71 Blackbird because of its speed. That's what I was only 7 at the time when I bought it. It was my very first book. I mean, £5 in those days was like, you know, you felt like a millionaire when you were 7. You know, I'd always, when I was a youngster, I was always good with my finances. You know, always, you know, strategically bought things. I was very into my Lego, as you do, but they were a different type of Lego. They were military ones. And of course, some of the operations that I got the Lego men to do were abseiling, you know, rock climbing, typical commando stuff when you're a kid, you know. And my mum gave me some money to go and get some milk. My parents had a bed and breakfast because it was, you know, Western Supermare being a tourist seaside resort, and my mum gave me some money to go get some milk. When I got there, I bought the things I needed. I went back to my mum and I gave her the change, and she's like, "Where's the milk?" And I said, "Sorry, wasn't enough for the milk." But I did get myself some string for my Lego men to abseil, and a couple of packets of the football stickers from obviously I had a very non-impressed mother, and I had to go back, but the string was so important. I really needed those Lego men to, you know, abseil and do Casevac, you know, troop extraction, all that kind of stuff from my toy Chinook, I think it was at the time. Oi oi to everyone, how we doing? Hope we're all good. I mean, this is going to beat some eggs, I'll tell you that. When it starts whisking them, we're going to get some real funky swirly durlies on these if they start chopping. Steve Griffiths, you're welcome, mate. New Rail Basher, thank you very much for your 5 gifted memberships. It's very kind of you. How you doing, Ben? All right. Andy Haynes as well, 26-month membership. Thank you so much. Bridgewater, Somerset. Oh, I love that. Bridgewater, how you doing? Spent many of my youth around that area, being in Western, Taunton, Somerset, Chippenham. Not the one near here. That's why I got confused when I was doing weddings and someone was getting married in Chippenham. Yeah, around there. Wellington, Green, Burnham. The Somerset massive. How are we all doing in Wales and Cheddar? Glastonbury. Oh dear. Those were the days. Stephen Billings, Air Godzilla, thank you very much for that. Big Lego event, nice. Ian Macabre in Bridgewater. Did I read right? They were trying to put the letter E in Bridgewater, which to me, I find that preposterous. It's the way it's spelt, leave it alone. You know, if it doesn't want to have an E, don't have an E. It's like Western Supermare, for those who don't know. The S in Western Supermare is actually a small. Never put it as a capital. It's the way it's spelt. You get marked down if you put a capital S on Super. Anyway. Am I about to get something over my head? I can't see it. I'm aware there's a C-130. But realism is that you cannot see it. Genuinely cannot see that. It's at what? Just under 6,000 feet. Just goes to show how low that cloud is at the ceiling. You just enjoy the noise. This looks good for a departure. So hold tight, ladies, gents and teddy bears, for the CV-22 Osprey, flown by the 7th Special Operations Squadron. They are hardcore, and that's putting it very lightly. But a little bit about the CV-22 Osprey. It was developed from the Bell XD-15. It is a tilt rotor, and an answer to having that sort of agility of a helicopter and speed of an aeroplane. The rotors themselves are, of course, they're not as big as the Chinook, but that said, the main rotor diameter, they're 38 foot 1 inch. It's 11.61 meters for those that do meters. Might need some oil on that, mate, on the older bike there, mate. Powered by two Rolls-Royce T406s, powering at 6,150 horsepower, each at max 1,500 RPM, and it's got continuous 15,000 RPM with punch out at 5,890 horsepower. It can do 509 kilometers an hour, that's 316 miles per hour. Stall speed, if it has one, it's 130 miles. Range, although I can't get that in my head because surely it can go into helicopter mode, but never mind. It's got a surface ceiling of 25,000 feet. It's got a +4G rating limit with a -1, of course. It is armed. It does have a M240 machine gun or a 50 cal M2 Browning machine gun on the ramp at the back. There are remote controlled or video remote controlled belly mounted, a bit like the B-17s had, a 762, or you can call it 308. Now, to complete the whole scene, sort of like the tree, shall we call it, the 352nd Special Operations Wing, the flying component is the 752nd Special Operations Group. The very squadron that flies this is the 7th Special Operations Squadron. They too have a long history. They were once upon a time in 1942 known as the 27th Observation Squadron. Their emblem features what looks like some sort of wolf with binoculars on a cloud, I think it was. Or a bear. I couldn't work it out. It looks like a wolf bear. Oh, I'll call it a wolf bear. There we go. And they first started off as the 27th Tactical Reconnaissance Squadron, part of the 3rd Air Force. Interestingly, because the 3rd Air Force is a unit that's still going today, headquarters at Ramstein Air Base. I don't think I was trying to work out the other day, I don't think the 352nd are part of the 3rd Air Force. I could be wrong. I think they're part of AFSOC, which is a different component. It's like a Special Operations Command. But Mildenhall's 100th Air Refeuling Wing is. The 48th Fighter Wing is part of the 3rd Air Force. So they were once part of the 3rd Air Force. Then they became the 167th Liaison Squadron, which served for the European Theatre of Operations with the 9th Air Force. They were flying courier flights with the Army Group. They also were active during the Cold War, and they became the 7th Special Operations Squadron, and that was activated on the 1st of July 64. Oh, here we go. Using the ILS, runway 05 for Lakenheath. Yeah, so the 7th Special Operations Squadron, activated 1st of July 64, and became the 7th Air Commando Squadron as well. And they were part of the original cadre was from Hulbert Field, Florida, in March 64 as Detachment 4, as part of the 1st Air Commando Wing. They were equipped with C-123s and C-47s, along with 2 U-10s as well. They had major changes as well. They were operating the MC-130 aircraft as well. Plenty of training. Here we go, here we go. Enjoy this. when they were operating the MC-130Es. They were codenamed Combat Talon of the 7th SOS. Look at here, startups everywhere. It's funny how the sound's travelling and bouncing everywhere. And, just to skip forward a little bit, the 7th Special Operations Squadron, they were reassigned to the 39th Aerospace Rescue and Recovery Wing, and that was in 1st of Feb 1987, and to the 352nd Special Operations Group on the 1st of December 1992. They did indeed relocate to RAF Alconbury. I can hear startups to my right now. I have no idea what's going on today, but there we go. Spent a few years at Alconbury, of course, before moving to RAF Mildenhall, 12th of January 1995, where the 352nd Special Ops Group consolidated all of its assigned forces. And it was in 2013 that the 7th Special Ops Squadron transitioned to the Boeing CV-22 Osprey, as we can see here. Here we go. Noticed Osprey number 3 has its covers off. Sounds like the C-146 just started up as well. Good gut feeling this will be a departure. Yeah, I think so. Look at this. Now it is. You don't get many H-tails. I mean, all I can think about is the Shackleton, the Lancaster, Lincoln, Halifax, Manchester. Camden. You don't get many. Skyvan. If you know any H-tail aircraft, then put it in the comments. Let's see how many you can get. Past and present, go for it. Challenge unlocked. There you go, that was nice to catch the Osprey. We do get them. This let's hope. Good one, yep, Beluga, definitely 100%. Beluga is, yep, nice one, Simon John, 2003, yep. A10 Classic, yes, well done. AN225, yes, lovely. P38 Lightning, that's a good one. I don't know if that's a traditional H-tail, but we'll go with it. I would class it as a twin tail, but I see what you mean. I was just trying to think, because it hasn't quite got the fin going down, if I remember. But yeah, good one. The Hawkeye, yeah, classic, well done. Lovely, you guys are doing good. Yeah, the P38 Lightning, I'm going to class it as a twin tail because the fin, I don't think it goes lower, which I don't think it's classed. It is a twin tail, 100%, but as a H tail, I don't think it is. But anyway, DF-110, yep, lovely, lots of tornado. You are funny. Loads of lovely sounds. Tell you what, the sounds at the moment are impressive. Anyway, bit of fun anyway, that. But yeah, you don't, I was going to say you don't get that many, but then that said, there is actually quite a few in operation. The Hawkeye and the A10 and the Beluga, good ones there, really good, really good. The Skyvan, right? I'm pretty sure the Skyvan's got one. The Dornier. Hang on, wait a minute, what's going on here? Has it come back already? Did you just hear the Wolfie from the F-35? States of America. Well, it's certainly been a good day, and if you're playing our Brize Bingo Mildenhall edition, you're doing alright. Rules are simple. It's got to be, if it's an aircraft, it's got to be airborne. So a sweet and neat sortie, really, and to be honest, that's quite spotter friendly, I'm going to call that, because you know they can be gone for a while and you can be waiting for them to come back. This literally came back pretty much immediately, did a pattern and came back. But hey, a good start though to the morning. You know, as we roll into October, I don't think it's going to be too long until we start thinking about air shows for next year. As time goes on now, we will be covering the Red Arrows training. Of course, it won't be every week because there's going to be some weeks where they won't really be flying as much. We'll try and pick what we feel could be. I say could because it is all subjunctive, of course, to the elements of not only the weather but unknown to us, their plans. Probably a good time for me to go and get some tea. Oh, what a great day. Let's have a looky here. can hear the wonderful Pratt & Whitney F100 engines over at Lakenheath. So yes, we were talking about H-tails, really awesome. An aircraft that was also based here at Mildenhall was also the Halifax. And H-tails, here it is, here's the page. Look at that, Halifax. Of course, overshadowed by the Lancaster. Let me get, tell you what I'll do, let me get the Lancaster ready. We can have a little look at H-tails. Of course, the Manchester started up life, then the Manchester Mark 1A, then the 2, then the 3, which was actually the Avro Lancaster in the end, with a couple of prototypes. Lancaster had various modifications to carry an array of bombs, especially the Grand Slam 22,000 pounder, along with the 12,000 pound tall boy as well, and then converted to the Avro Lincoln, and then the Lincoln pretty much converted to a Avro Shackleton. Let's have a look here. My two models, we can have a little examination, can't we, while we're waiting. And I'll give you a little bit of history of Mildenhall, because of course it does have a vast amount of history, as we know. So we were talking about H-tails, and let's have a little look here. So we've got the Halifax, which the Halifax made under specification P1336, same as the Manchester, which of course same as the Lancaster. Two very different aircraft, one completely overshadowing this one, because at first, you see, the problems were with the Halifax are the one we were speaking about, the H-tail, the fins. The earlier marks, the original marks, were a bit of a problem, because the original designs had kidney-shaped H-tails. The fins were kidney-shaped, sorry, and those caused several problems. The Avro Lancaster, of course, came after. It was in 1942 officially at Waddington, the Avro Manchester, with the Halifax making its debut at RAF Mildenhall in November 1940. Got a 104-foot wingspan, whereas the Lancaster's got 102. Very different in some way. I mean, they look similar. I get that at all. I mean, bomb load, you got the payload of 13,000 pounds, whereas the Lancaster was even more. You know, you could whack it up to from £18,000 to the £22,000. You could really, you know, it had everything about the Lancaster was bigger, better in that respect. A better range, not by much, but a better range. It also had a lot more advantage of being slightly faster as well. But the problems were with the Halifax were the actual fins. They were shaped as kidneys, and when making evasive maneuvers, it would actually come out of it will start to go in a spin. It will start to spin and dive, and a pilot usually could not come out of it. It could not be rectified, so it would go in a flat spin, and it's a maneuver that a pilot really couldn't rectify. And they were losing a lot of pilots, not from the battlefield as such, as in a direct result from flak or enemy fire is probably the correct way. And so Handley Page, they had to come up with a different design. So that was problem number one. The other problem as well, when they were, I mean, Air Marshal Harris, the Chief of Bomber Command, really wasn't happy with the Halifax for that. And you know, it was becoming a bit of a sore head for him with that. And you know, he was saying, look, you know, you've made an aircraft that's actually costing more lives through its own fault rather than direct result on enemy fire. So that was problem number one. The next problem was with the Hercules engines is the exhausts producing flames. Now, in daylight wasn't really a problem. At night, it was a problem. Again, night fighters would just look out because, of course, they didn't really think about doing things at night until when they switched. They realised that the flames coming out the exhausts were literally a target for night fighters to aim for. Also, at night, you've got to remember when your eyes are adjusting to nighttime, flames can also actually ruin your night vision, your natural night vision. And of course, at night you do need to see outside. So that was a problem with the Mosquito. They had to have these special dampers on there. They put dampeners on there, these flame dampeners. But the problems were they were draggy. Again, another problem. While all this was going on, Roy Chadwick and his men at AV Row, they were already developing a masterpiece, already putting in prototypes for the Avro. Well, at the time it was going to be an Avro Manchester Mark III, but BT 308 became a prototype with the third. He had the third tail on the prototype, and then DG595 got done away with that, and it became, of course, the Avro Lancaster. Both aircraft were featured here. I mean, it is one of officially it is the most successful heavy bomber of the Royal Air Force in World War II. But, you know, to say the least, eventually the Halifax did catch up in designs. You can see the very different fins there on the H-tail, and that's what we were talking about. They are quite similar. The nose is a bit of a giveaway if you're struggling to work out identities there. Different engines. I think the Mark II, there were different engines. Even there were Hercules engine version. I think they put on the Mark II. I think Lancaster. You know, I'd like to say, but of course they've done away with that. Do you know, I came across a B-17 called XB-38? They put P-38 or style like front engines in them, didn't they? XB-38, they put like an Allison engine, so they've done away with the piston engines on the B-17 as a prototype, but I think that got destroyed, and that was the end of that. It looked rather odd, because there are benefits of piston and sort of like the streamline liquid cooled V12 engines. If you look at the aerodynamic, these are more aerodynamic in my eyes, especially on a fighter. But when you've got these sort of flat piston engines, but each had benefits of their own. You can see the two different style piston engine. You only got to look at the Spitfire, for example, and a P47. Very different engines. One's more aerodynamic clearly than the other. And if you look at the Mosquito, a legendary aircraft in its own right. Let's see what's going on. I can hear the APU running over there. just having just a cup of tea. How we're doing, ladies and gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Okay. Yeah, I'll give you a bit of the more input and history in a bit. Give you a little more insight to what I learned. Literally every day I will learn something new. Every day I'll be reading a book of some description, and I will 100% guarantee you will find various books that kind of contradict each other, that are slightly different. That's a very, very strong challenge, and sometimes you kind of doubt yourself a little bit and you think, oh gosh, but don't worry about that. These things, they're meant to be like that. It's a really strange thing. You know, I've got two books pretty much on the same subject, one saying one thing and the other one omitting the other thing, and it's like, well, did it or didn't it? And again, don't fall in the perils of the internet either, because, you know, with Wikipedia, it's great, it's really good to have, but remember, you're always going to get aircraft data specifications that are slightly different, especially during World War II, from book to book, from a Google search, from one specific company, from even like BAE and Rolls-Royce, you will get different time. And the problem with that is because there were a lot of different marks, hundreds of them, not specific to one aircraft, but aircraft to aircraft in the various variants, to say it like that. But you're going to get miles per hour that are slightly different, and you're not going to know which mark that was that they got that detail from. Service ceiling, another one. You know, it's a bit of a minefield out there, but, you know, be positive, concentrate, you know, have a look at the book. Is it, you know, give a bit of confidence in that, and don't let it put you off. And, you know, if you're not sure, use words possibly, could be, around, about, that kind of thing. It's to give you an idea. You know, at the end of the day, there were the Vickers Wellington bomber. 1 minute you've got a particular miles per hour max speed at 230, 235, 232. Which is it? Well, there you go. You're going to see various different miles per hour, but we're talking just a few miles per hour out. But funny that, because one rivet out would cause 1 miles per hour problem. I was looking at a video regarding Supermarines Spitfire that come back. This pilot was complaining it just didn't have enough speed. Now, although 15 to 20 miles per hour doesn't sound a lot, it is to a Spitfire, because obviously it can only go depending on the mark. There you go. Again, depending on which mark Spitfire we're talking about. You know, if it's the PR, the Griffin powered 440, you know, 350 mark, you know, etc. What I'm trying to say is 15 to 20 miles per hour may not sound a lot for an aircraft like that can do hundreds, as in nearly 1,000 miles per hour, for example. But they found even rivets were coming out of the cowling was opening a little bit on the engine of the Spitfire. And in fact, even the Mosquito, they found that if you polished it, they found increased speed. Makes sense. So things like that. So rivets make a big difference. The quality inspections, the quality assurance of each finish had to be pristine, which is right. I mean, you look at Lockheed Martin's F-35 production factory, Eurofighter, everything has to be pristine. So what they found that they flushed, they reinstalled the cowling, smoothed it out, and increased it put it back to 20 miles per hour. that may not sound like a lot, but it is in combat. That 20 miles per hour could be the difference. So there were things like that was even a leaking, when you got an air leak, that can cause drag. Drag is speed's enemy. But if you're landing, that's different. But for speed wise, drag can be caused by not flush to edge, air leaks, anything like that from the cockpit. That would cause a few miles per hour. And you add it all up, and it was a simple fix, nothing to do with the engine itself. Absolutely riveting. Jim Sutherland, how you doing? Possibly on Monday. I'll let you know in advance. Monday for Coningsby. Oh yeah, thanks a lot, Synchrotones. You just reminded me. We are in the Nook campsite now. It is a campsite. I'll just spin around. It is a campsite, but you don't have to be a, shall we say, for better words, a resident. You know, you don't have to. How we do it? My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian, and commentator. You don't actually have to stay here, all right? You don't have to actually be camping to come and view. This is like a designated field, but that field there is a complete no. So this field here, please do not, whatever you do, can you see that this field here? So when you're driving up, you might be able to see the track as you're driving up. You turn right. This field here, all right, that's for spotters. The one there is an absolute no, and it is £2 per person, not per car or per bus. It's per person. You pay on arrival. There's a box there, and please do pay the fee. Again, rules apply. There are toilets provided for spotters. There is a designated spotter toilet, and there's a closing time as well. You've got to remember that when you come in through the gate. There's a little box. You pay your £2 per person. It's all day. It's not per hour or anything, which is amazing. £2 all day to have this view is amazing. You may have seen the trailer. You can stand up to get an elevated view, which is amazing. There's toilets. Again, is that starting up again? Well, it's not flashing, but I can hear it. Again, the same rules. Please don't touch the fence. Please don't rest your ladders on the fence. And please take your litter home. There's no bins. Please take that home, and let's not ruin it. Just, there's one of those where you just park organised in a manner, in a sensible, common sense manner. Leave enough room for each other and that kind of thing, and let's have fun and enjoy it. Again, same rules apply as well. Just be mindful of who's about. Okay, there's numbers that you can report certain things. Again, if it is an emergency, call 999. No drones, that kind of thing. Again, we love military aviation. For those that are genuine military or plane spotters, know the score with military. We're not here for quantity. Yes, we love quantity. Yeah, don't get me wrong. But it's the appreciation of what we're looking at here. An Osprey. We can have one Osprey all day. Brilliant. When do you get to see that? A two-ship of KC-135s. It could just be that all day. When do you get to see that? Not often. It's the variety that I love, and that's what it's all about. And it's one of those things that will keep that passion going and keep it flowing. So, yeah, amazing. And there's always something to learn as well. The channel is pure military aviation with history. So we show the present, but remember the past and history, and it's a way of delivering to our youngsters out there. And also it's a happy place as well, so the mental health and the stay in the green and well-being is something that we touch on quite often. We want to make sure it's a fun place and make sure it's a happy place and good fun as well. And sometimes we do get viewers that like not to chat. They just want to be in their own zone, which is great. It's a place for someone to come along and just enjoy, whether they can't make it or whether they're planning to one day, just to get out the house and enjoy it. I always drum the housekeeping, because I don't know if we've got new viewers or anything. They may not know the rules, but it's something that I am passionate about. We must keep it that way and keep it protected so that we can do this ongoing. You know, if we're going to get people breaking rules, that's just going to ruin it for everyone else, right? So it's something that works as a whole. It's someone's happy place, and it's your happy place. It's a place to tune into and have a bit of fun. Rah! Oh yeah. Well, this is starting to flashy a little bit, isn't it? Is that the third one? Well, that second one ain't going anywhere. Is that someone on there? Why am I seeing like someone's on there? Yeah, there's someone on that number 2. Thanks a lot for that. The tunnels, I'll have a look at that. The shorts, yep, that sounds good to me. Adrian Anderson, how you doing? Hope you're good. Synchrotones, Felipe Alves, good to see you on here again. Davey, Paul Mayers, Aspen, JPG Aviation, Martin Newby, how you all doing? Hope you're all good. Vienna, how you doing as well? Good to see you on here. May have another. May have a third. Sorry, may have another Osprey departure. Hopefully I'll have my A2 jacket soon. It's having some special World War II nose art done to the back. Looking forward to that. It is custom made and a little my own. It's a bit of both. There was an aircraft of this type, but I've modified it a little bit to make it my own, and it'll be part of my uniform, shall we call that, eh? we go, another start up. Doing ladies, gents and teddy bears, hope we're all good. is nice to have a little bit of a flex as well. One of those mornings today, which is good. Reason why I'm being a little bit quiet, I'm just doing a few things in the background. I've just had this really 2 exciting emails as well that do need attention. So well, you'll know next year what it's all about. Actually, one of them will be this year, which is quite exciting. So sometimes things just need to be dealt with. No matter what's thrown at you in life, sometimes things are just too good not to try and manage as well. So there you go, a bit of a flex there from the CV-22 Osprey. Right, C-17, how you doing? LEJ approach. Alex, Raven, Margot, Simon Watchorn. They are like literally like Transformers. Well, there we go, a bit of flexing there going on. Flexing. Joshua Haddock, how you doing? Thanks for your 15 months. Also, Julie, thank you very much. Keep up the good work. Ted and Nikos and Clara Mods, thank you so much. Massive thank you. They do have a really nice distinctive sound. Absolutely right. Very, very well said there. And, there's our C-32 that arrived yesterday. Not sure what's going to happen with that until got a nice C-17, which would be nice to catch that as well if it goes out. You never know. Yeah, I think this is just a flexing, unfortunately, but no worries. We were treated earlier. I'm just going to have a look at ADSB just quickly. Just in case something else is set. A couple of a Danish C-130 and a Norwegian C-130 flown around. Not sure if that's going to be going out just yet, but no worries. I can hear the APU running. So we'll just hold fire at the moment. How we doing, ladies and gents, teddy bears? Welcome to RAF Mildenhall, by the way, a base that was built all the way back in 1934. Packed with a lot of history. There was even a Fury based here. When I went to the church here at the chapel built here inside Mildenhall, when I was fortunate enough, thanks to our running man, legend of the 100th, and we went in the chapel, and I couldn't believe the stained glass windows telling the story literally from the DH-88 Comet. There was a Fury, I think, from what it looked like. I believe there were Furies based here in its earlier parts, and of course its first operational aircraft was the Handley Page Hayford, which 99B Squadron first added to their inventory, and the name of the Hayford got its name from being built at Upper Hayford. That came here in 1934. But we'll talk to you about the history in just a sec, so I'm sure that this is done. I think it is. Yeah, absolutely rocking history. It really is. And again, it's completely thriving with history here. It really is. This whole vicinity from Tuddenham to the decoy airfields, from Methwold, Newmarket Heath. There was loads. There was so many airfields, and of course we've got Feltwell and Lakenheath as well, and they started to come into effect during just a few years of each other as they were starting to be built. Decoy airfields were really important. I believe there was one at Tuddenham as well, or nearby in the vicinity. But it's amazing to even think that. I mean, you've got here in 1934, but plans to even think about it. Again, don't forget, the end of the First World War was really sort of like a rest from it all, a relief is probably the best thing, with things put in place for it never to happen again. Of course, this wasn't really the case, and it's just as well. And it's really important with the likes of the first aviation objective from the US, the United States putting into effect with their activations of a just in case and a what if. It's having things implemented for defence. It's having things implemented for a deterrent, because you just, at the end of the day, you can't just sit and wait, and then you got to think about, you got to build the aircraft. The Royal Air Force and the Air Ministry were in a bit of bother, because although we had, like I will mention, I'll do a little show at Christmas about chain home. Yeah, we could scramble aircraft now, but what exactly did we have? Biplanes took 20 minutes to scramble. Think about it, 20 minutes to get to where they needed to be. It's probably going to be a bit late. So it's that aspects that we don't often think about. So the first aviation objective on 15th of January 1941, the likes of the 48 Fighter Bomb Group were built, the Bomb Group Light and the Bomb Group Dive that they even introduced. You know, activations, there were 54 in total, and just as well, because 11 months later we had the attacks on Pearl Harbor. Yes, it really put America into the Second World War. Yes, but at least they were building aircraft. They lost several aircraft. And another interesting story, where you could say the B-17s, that was probably their first taste of combat, because there was a delivery of B-17s on that day. It helped. During Pearl Harbor, there was a bit of a... sorry, my my SR-71 Blackbird's literally taken off. Hang on. I wish. Yeah, so you got the likes of the B-17s. There was a delivery of B-17s that very day, and I can't remember who radioed in, but the US Navy thought it was Zeros. They were like, oh gosh, and then when the Zeros came to attack and cause havoc, the B-17s were unarmed. It was a delivery, but luckily they were actually delivered safely during the attacks. But there was nothing they could do. They were unarmed. There was nothing literally they could do. So things to put in place is really important. I mean, the idea of having Mildenhall as a base here itself was in the sort of mid-1920s to even think about it. And it was a base that was really thought about for Bomber Command. Even Bomber Command had to justify itself. It's all very well going, yeah, we got Bomber Command, but for what? For what exactly? We're talking about 1936 when they were finally established. But construction began here in 1930, and the name was different as well. It was initially proposed as RAF Beck Row. Beck Row, we've got West Row here, Beck Row that way, over there. And I always get that muddled up because I'm looking at the screen here. But in 1933, it was switched. Usually when they change names like that, it's because there's another one similar to it. I don't know which it would have conflicted. But on the 16th of October 1934, Mildenhall finally opened its airfield, and it was King George V who officially dedicated the base on the 19th of October. And Wing Commander, the very first F.J. Linnell, OBE, assumed command. And on the 20th of October 1934, the Mac Robertson Air Race of the Royal Aero Club, Mildenhall's amazing race. That was the first activity, Mildenhall to Melbourne. Although CWA Scott and Tom Campbell Black won, and I failed to mention this because I only learned it the other day, it was the DH-88 Comet, the Grosvenor House. 71 hours, was it 11,000 mile trip. Took 71 hours, and they won £10,000 prize money of 1934. Now, this is the thing. De Havilland were making amazing, really fast aircraft. Why the Air Ministry were like, no, baffles me. In fact, it happened a few times with the Air Ministry turning down designs of what I felt were going to be good and just as well. It's really important, that DH-88. I didn't realise how important the DH-88 is. That particular one, Grosvenor House, is actually still flying today. I'm going to talk to you about that just really briefly. Because it kind of diverts into other history, but for those who don't know, It's at Shuttleworth Collection at Old Warden. Now here's the thing, the clever bit about de Havilland was like wood was the way forward for this kind of thing, and he even had a great idea, because wood couldn't warp and and all kinds of things. So he implemented the balsa wood. He had a filler, slats in between the birch wood, so that it wouldn't warp. It would actually tighten up if it did warp and actually keep taut. And the beauty about using wood is power to weight. It was better than steel, better than metal, etc. And the thing is, what really kicked this in, there was a few benefits of, loads of benefits of having the flying tree as well, it was called. The thing is with having wood is when the Battle of Britain commenced and the metal was really prioritised for the Merlin engines and the Spitfire productions and the Hurricanes, etc. But to get the Merlin engines, they needed all the metal. The thing is, wood, making a plane out of wood, it didn't matter. And the Battle of Atlantic as well, actually having our merchant ships been destroyed, carrying steel and metal and other important minerals and materials, we were running out in Britain of metal. We were running out as well. And the thing is, and not only that, it was being more prioritised for the Merlin engines. And this was pretty much worked on the plus side for de Havilland, because, well, at the end of the day, if they're going to use all that, you're going to run out of metal at some point. So it was finally given the go-ahead, the de Havilland Mosquito. The other thing as well, it was very hard for the enemies to attack the de Havilland plants. Why? Well, if you were a coffin maker, if you made furniture, if you made sheds and garden furniture, if you worked anything to do with wood, you made the Mosquito. So there wasn't really a designated factory for a certain part. It was everyone doing this, everyone that had any trade in wood, and that implemented the wood rationing, furniture rationing. It was only rationed to those that have been bombed out of their homes and newlyweds as well. So really important aircraft when you think about it in that respect. And thank goodness for that, because it proved right, and that's all from the de Havilland DH-88. So a bit of a legend for me to highlight the importance of that very specific. I mean, it was a proven aircraft. I mean, it went to Melbourne, Australia, and won in 71 hours. It's phenomenal. And on the 15th of November 1934, the first squadron arrived here. It was 99 Squadron who first became the operational unit here, and it was the Handley Page, again Handley Page Hayford, who we hear quite a lot of. The Handley Page Hayford bomber, now wingspan 75 feet, a length of 58, and it was powered by what was quite common then, the Rolls-Royce Kestrel engines, and they had upgrades in the future, but we're looking at 525 horsepower with a max speed of 142 and a 2,500 pound of payload. Now I might have a little picture to show you of the Hayford, if I can get it. I'm just trying to get you the Hayford. I don't have a model yet, he says. I want you to have a look at this. So the very first aircraft, I haven't got a model of it yet, but I will show you the Hayford bomber, named after where it was built, of the Hayford. Look at this. I mean, look at this beast. Look at it. I mean, isn't that just amazing? Had like a crew of 4 or 5, and 2,500 pound of bombs. The Kestrel engines. Look at the bombers of 1930. Look at them. You got the Whitworth Whitley, the Bristol Bombay, the Fairey Hendon, and the Harrow as well. Look at these originals, and this is quite interesting as well. With service, the speed. Or range rather, sorry, the range. Look at that, giving you the data here, and max speeds are here. It's pretty cool. Got range and max speed. I'm not too keen on the new money, but anyway. But this is what was here first, all right? So just to give you an idea of what was here, a little fact file there. A dustbin turret that was added to it, as it was called. I mean, they looked funny, those dustbin turrets, man, if you've ever seen that. Has it got it on here? The dustbin turret? No, it hasn't. Oh yeah, look at this. Look at this dustbin turret. Literally, dustbin cut out, done. I mean, yeah, amazing. But hey, you start off with technology, right? You start off somewhere. and that's how it's done. You know, it was B-1927, so it was in 1927 that design was put in. Amazing. Had 3 guns as well, and isn't that amazing? I can't wait. There is a gentleman making me a model, I believe. I cannot wait to see that. And then, of course, 1935, forming from a B flight. It was quite common to have 2 squadrons with, 3 different flights, A, B, C. I don't know if there was such thing as an A flight, but I got to, again, I'm learning on that. I believe that there was a C flight, but forming from its B flight, 99 evolved 38 bomber squadron. Now, number 99 are still flying today. They fly C-17s, like the very aircraft just over there. They're called the Black Cats, and they're based at RAF Brize Norton. Ah, nice. Sorry, just yeah. And in 1936, the Free Group took command of RAF Mildenhall. And by the end of 1936, a conversion to the Hendon night bombers happened, and on that same year, RAF Feltwell opened. Now, from here to Feltwell, I'd say it's about 10 miles in the direction of the backwards crow flying. By April 1937, 149 Squadron, with Oscar Juliet as their markings, they arrived with the Wellington bomber, which is very iconic for this region. You go to Ely Cathedral, you'll see the Wellington bomber in the stained glass windows. You go to Steeple Morden, there's a little village beginning with L, I can never remember it, but it's got, again, the Wellington bomber. You go to many of the villages and towns around here, you'll have the Wellington bomber here. And what's interesting, it came out in the same specification as the Handley Page Hampden bomber. Same specification, 2 completely different aircraft. And the here's the. Let's have a look at our Wellington while we're here. We've got time. We got time. There's our Wellington bomber here. The airframe designed by Sir Barnes Wallis, the legend that is Barnes Wallis, making the geodetic airframe. You can see those little crisscrosses going right across the top of the fuselage there. That is a sign of the geodetic airframe. Very easy to repair, very easy to put together and assemble, and then wrapped in Irish linen. Beautiful, beautiful aircraft, a twin engine bomber that was entered service here. Its first base was here, October 1938, and it was 99 Squadron who first flew this, powered by Bristol Hercules. For the Mark III, started with the Pegasus, and the Mark, there was a Mark II, I think, with, they added, just trying to think, they did add, I'm just trying to think if they added any Merlin engines to one of them, but in the end, they went with the Hercules. Marks Ted had them as well. A great bomber, a world record setter as well, as we mentioned before, was actually put together and assembled in 1943 for a record breaker. I know, they built it in just under 24 hours, and then taxied it out and flew it in an hour later. Amazing. So they assembled this over 24 hours and flew it the next hour. Amazing, isn't it? The Vickers Wellington bomber. I think it's a classic, iconic aircraft. Its first base, I believe, was here in 1938, and that was with number 99, the first to operate it, who are today flying B-17s. But 149 Squadron, again, they were based here, flying this, the geodetic airframe. The whole airframe, bit like, I think there's only one complete airframe there's only one complete Vickers Wellington, and that's at Brooklands. The one at Cosford, it's almost complete. It's taken over 10 years, I think. It is amazing, and it's quite easy to overlook, but it takes a long time to put and restore aircraft, whether you are restoring it for airworthiness or not. It is a fantastic aircraft, and it was involved in missions here as well. 99 Squadron, by the way, an easy tail code, tail code, I keep getting that mixed up with the US Army Air Force, an easy squadron code, which was LN.
Easy one to remember. LN was their squadron code. So that's because of Lakenheath, right? Amazing. So yes, so both units converted eventually to the Vickers Wellington. So 99 converted to it, and 149 as well. 6 hours after the declaration of war, so the 3rd of the 9th, or 2 days after the declaration of war, 1939. Actually, I know why sometimes I say 3 days, because it actually went into the night, so it kind of counts as 3 days. 3 Wellingtons of 149 Squadron took off for a raid to bomb German ships in Kiel. Whether that was successful or not, it's debatable. I don't think it was that successful, but early 1939 to 1940, RAF Lakenheath decoy airfield was built to protect RAF Mildenhall. A decoy airfield, we're talking about Wellington bombers that were made of plywood, fake ones, a runway, but we'll talk about that tomorrow. I'll show you the other side of things. So there was a decoy airfield just south of Brandon, in the vicinity of where the base is, the station is, and it was to protect Mildenhall, and they did attack it 5 times, or at least on several occasions. Literally a pretend airfield, and it wasn't unique just to Lakenheath and here. There was quite a few around the country decoy airfields. We've covered one on our Lost Airfields. That was early 1940s when that was established. 149 Squadron took their first ever night mission as well in 1940, and in 1941 Lakenheath was finally constructed and used as a satellite station for Mildenhall. Mildenhall had Tuddenham and Newmarket Heath as well, so it was like an extension. And in November 1941, 149 Squadron transitioned to the short Stirling bombers, the very first 4-engine heavy bomber of the Royal Air Force. Let's have a little look at our short Stirling. There's our short Stirling bomber 149 with Oscar Juliet with 149. There's our short Stirling bomber. A lovely, a fantastic aircraft. In my eyes. Yes, it had a few flaws, but it also had quite a few positives in the end, and it served you know, throughout here. It was quite spectacular, and eventually 149 took their short Stirling bomber over to Lakenheath and actually functioned there on a more permanent basis. But the first ever 4-engine bomber. This was second choice, by the way, to the Supermarine 317, which we spoke about, the prototype that was they made 2, but sadly the air nearly 40,000 foot of service ceiling. These are only predictabilities, but sadly RJ Mitchell passed away. The 2 prototypes were destroyed. So the deal, the go-ahead, the thumbs up, the contract went to the Short brothers, who built the short Stirling bomber. The flaws were indeed, when fully loaded, fully fueled, it couldn't cope with the 14,000 pound of payload, as in height-wise. It was a very extremely long aircraft, 99-foot wingspan, 87-foot in length, which is substantial, and it was ceiling at around 17,000 feet, which, you know, when you've got the likes of the Lancaster doing 24, when you've got the likes of the B-17s and B-24s doing way higher than that, even the Wellington can probably do about 20,000 feet. The Halifax at 24, you know, this lower service ceiling was really more exposed to attacks, but it did have a little trick up its sleeve because of its sort of design and long fuselage with its, shall we say, a stubbier wing in some ways. It was able to outmaneuver enemy fighters because of that, so it was very, very effective in that respect. But anyway, there's our short Stirling, and it served quite a lot, and a very legendary aircraft in my eyes. It is missing the rear gunner there. He's on holiday. Yeah, so the short Stirling bombers were here as well. and once they transitioned, that was in November 1941. Here in December, on the 15th, 1941, Royal Canadian Air Force activated here at Mildenhall, number 419 Squadron. On the 31st of May 1942, 18 Wellingtons of 419 and 17 of 149 took part in the 1,000 bomber raid as well, by the way, with their aircraft. So it was Sterlings of 149 and Wellingtons of 419. There was about 1,047 in that first bomber raid. 1,047 aircraft, I believe, in total. I think it was something like 41 aircraft were lost. In that series of aircraft, 599 of those were Wellingtons, by the way. In 1942, 75 Squadron departed, and 419 and 115 Squadron also arrived here. 75 replaced 419 and 115 Squadron arrived here. Now, we spoke about 115 Squadron, who had quite a lot of history at RAF Marham. 115 Squadron still fly today. They are Kilo Oscar is their markings. I've had to get that in my head. And they are now at RAF Wittering, training our latest and greatest future generation of pilots with the Grob Tutor. RAF Mildenhall, again, here had Horsa gliders here temporarily. They arrived, number 15 Squadron arrived here in them, and they returned by number 25 Glider Maintenance Squadron, who departed for the Mediterranean Theatre of Operations. On the 10th of August 1943, 622B Squadron activated from C Flight of 15 Squadron. The letter B, remember, stands for bomber. November 43, Lancasters and Halifaxes by then were operating here as well. By that time, 149 and 199 had already established themselves as their own, and it was that time that they were independent from Mildenhall. So Lake Heath in 1943 was no longer a satellite station. On D-Day, they also took part as well, but just a few months before D-Day, on the 22nd of March 1944, Lancasters and both Halifaxes took part in a raid over the Big B, Berlin. See you later! And they took part in that. And D-Day as well was 35 Lancasters of 15 Squadron, and 622 Squadron did a lot of hit and raid missions over the Atlantic Wall. The following day they made even more missions, striking targets, and by December 1945, after the war, we had B-17s here, along with Avro Lincolns. Again, 230 operational conversion unit. They were going to be converting, but the Lincoln, for me, came out way too late. Why? You got the B-29 out, and between 1947 and 48, the runways did finally close, and that was to extend the runways. There's some fantastic. I was trying to work out the road. I think that taxiway that we see them along here was part of that that Class A configuration. I think that taxiway may have been one of the original subsidiary runways. No, the classic 9,000-foot runway with the two subsidiary ones that were made to extend them for heavier aircraft. So that takes us up to the 1950s, when it was a joint Royal Air Force and United States Air Force, right up until sort of 1958, when it was solely, and 59 when it was solely operated by the let's have a little look. It spent a lot of time in Strategic Air Command as well. But might just go and have a quick bit of spot of lunch. Change batteries over and see what else we got. Let's have a look.
Okay, 1 second. I might just kind of swap the battery over and have something to eat, I think. Well, I hope you're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. I'm just going to go and have a quick break while I can, and then I'll be back.
That C-146. Thanks, Davey. Don't worry, I can sit. Thanks a lot. If that cloud is getting worse, but I can't actually see. Those who have got the F-35 on their bingo cards, finally you can see it now. Only just. I mean, that really just showed how very low that ceiling is. There is the C-146 just heading back. Just looks rather grim now. Is the weather deteriorating now? Did manage to eat something.
Traffic 2 o'clock, 8 miles southwest bound, momentarily connecting southbound, flight 235.
finishing off my lunch. Good ladies, gents and teddy bears. Oh yes, forgot to tell you from I did this from Lakenheath, but I remember. Hang on a minute. I remember I gave you this little conundrum to solve. The connection between these two. I know, completely very different aircraft. The SR-71 Blackbird and the Vickers Wellington bomber. Now you know the connection now is it's where they were first based in the UK. In the UK, all right, their first operations in the UK. How cool is that? Is RAF Mildenhall. How awesome. A nice way to look at that and link these two together. Very different aircraft, completely very different, but how to link them together is exactly that. Right, let's have a little look on ADSB, see what we got. Philip Turner, congratulations on your 24 months milestone. Oi oi, and an oi oi to you. Sally Cullen with 28 months milestone. Great job, Nikos and Ted. Thank you very much for the little emojis there with Ted, the RAF ensign and the poppy. Marco Baxter, thank you very much for the super chat towards Ted's fog vision goggles. Babsar, high five and a guards march. Thank you very much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Julie with 27 months membership as well. Keep up the good work, Ted and Nikos. Andy Haynes with 26 months membership. Oi oi. Now, New Rail Basher earlier from this morning, a high five and a paw pump. Thank you for gifting a whopping 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you so much. Rachel Belly Bobcat, thank you very much as well for the super chat, a guards march. Jojo, thank you very much for the super chat. Thanks a lot, Jojo. Happy to be back after a month out due to work. Thanks for bringing us the heavies today, Nikos. Thank you very much as well. Hope you're well, Jojo. And Sue W, high five and a guards march. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Paul Fuller, good 19 months membership, another milestone on the best channel. Thank you very much. Al Phillips, wow, well done on your first year. 12 months of the Ted Coningsby channel milestone. Oi oi, morning all. Gary, high five, guards march. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership.
Gary as well, thank you very much. Guards March by that bear or salmon, thank you very much. Might have to put that on a t-shirt. Julie, thank you very much as well. Keep up the good work. Ted and Nikos, Claire and Mods, thank you very much. Joshua Haddock, thank you very much for your 15-month membership. Good late morning, and hope you're doing wonderful and fully recovered. Thank you very much. Yes, I am all good. RSVP with 23 months membership as well. Oh, we got an F-35 using the ILS runway. That's probably why the Wolfhound is holding, maybe. They're using the ILS for runway 05, which cuts across the very tip of runway 10. Tell you what, it's a reminder of winter coming soon, I reckon. It's got that winter is looming feel today. Well, thank you very much. Member for 23 months. Awesome and friendly as ever. Thank you very much. Andrew Heatley with 14 months membership. I'm with Ted. Thank you very much. David Patrick, high five and a Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And Cox, thank you very much for sweets for the bears and coffee for Nikos. Thank you very much. Beth Dunbirch, welcome. High five. Thanks a lot for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron, Beth. Alan Q, thank you very much for the super chat. And Mrs. Davey with 27 months membership. Oi oi, and another month for Osprey. Thank you very much. Right, let's see what we're going to get. Right, let me just check on this Wolfhound. Whereabouts it is. Holding just southwest of Chatteris at the moment. doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Yes, indeed, it has been a cracking morning. Oh, looks like runway 10 is in use at the moment. Slight runway change, I think. I'm not sure the wind is. I don't know. I'm not really sure. I mean, if you look at the windsock, yeah, slightly, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's slowly turning towards us. Yeah, okay, if that's, I mean, at the end of the day, there's happy lights that give you an indication. They don't use runway caravans here, or Lakenheath, so you can rely on the happy lights. Or ATIS, of course, do tune into ATIS. That'll tell you straight away the runway in use. There's our C-17 there now. It should be nice to catch from the cord. That might be what it is. I don't know, let's have a look. Well, that's quite nice, is to have a runway change just like that, get a different perspective. There's also a lovely looking KC-135 over there, look. Nice. Mildenhall was one of the largest, one of the largest bomber command stations of World War II. Wolfhound possibly running in now. As soon as I can see the landing lights, I'll get the C-146. Okay, now it's time to feast our eyes on the C-146, a Wolfhound. Scan them. If it's going to go with about runway 28. Okay.
No, it's going with runway 28 by the look of it. Based on the Dornier 328. Oi, oi. Just turn around there. I was ready for it for runway 10. Where are you? Nicely done. Oh, hello. So the C-146A Wolfhound, part of the 752nd Special Operations Group, flown by the 67th Special Operations Squadron. And the airframe itself is literally a Dornier 328, although its military designation is a C-146A. And its mission is to provide the US Special Operations Command with a flexibility and responsive operational movements of small teams, and in the cargo for support of theatre special operations commands as well. They carry out airlift missions as well with that, conducted by the Air Force Special Operations Command, AFSOC, which is probably the reasons behind why they're not part of the 3rd Air Force with that. And the twin engine, along with its high wing as well. The engine is in fact two Pratt & Whitney PW119C turboprop engines. They produce 2282 shaft horsepower with their thrust, and it's got that high wing look about it with a configurable cabin capable of various passenger and cargo combinations, as well as CASEVAC missions as well, so casualty evacuation as well. It's got a variety of systems, and it allows it to operate in austere, non-posh conditions as well. Lovely. A beat from the base. If you got that on your bingo. Has anyone got a full house yet? So we've got a start-up as well, and it's quite interesting. If you look on ADSB, it looks like we've got a KC-135 randomly somewhere in between Honington and a forest, which is quite interesting. Oh, it's moved now. I love little glitches like that, because it's obviously it's to do with GPS, the ADSB receiver inside the aircraft. They have both ADSB out and ADSB in. ADSB in provides the crew with the latest and greatest altimeter, weather report, barometer, the barometric pressure in hectopascals, and usually around about this sort of height that we're at, it's about 1013 hectopascals, and it works its way up. The higher you go, the lower the pressure. The lower the pressure, the thinner the air. Looks like we've got another KC-135 heading back, but I think the runway's changed back again to 28 from 10. We were 10 for a short period of time. Imagine that, lining up on runway 10 as it was, and then it just said, nah, it's 28 now. That's like trying to reverse it in your driveway and you got the wrong driveway at the last minute, I think. I don't know. Oh, hello. Hello?
else in this book, Ted? Let's have a look. It's got Mildenhall in here. Ah, yes. I love showing you this. This is cool. Courtesy of the Ted Coningsby channel, and thanks to a book by Shire Books by Stuart Hadaway of British airfields of the Second World War. I've got something pretty cool to show you. I think it's cool. Just going to show you something historic and a photo from a book, of course, if you'd like to purchase the book. Please give a reference to it. I've got the original hangar over here from original hangar over there, look, original hangar from the Second World War. That isn't that just amazing? Looks like an A hangar, I think it is. Let's have a little look. I've got a little book here to show you there now, or at least you've also got the C-type hangar as well just behind it. Let's have a look at my little trusty book. Yeah, I'm going to show you something. So you see that hangar there with the beautiful sort of serrated, jagged edges on the roof. I'll tell you what, an original, and look at this. I'm going to show you a little photo of it with the Wellington bombers flying over. I've actually got a better photo than that, but that's part of it there. Look at this. You see that? How cool is that? Oh man. Oh, actually, you can probably just see that the shutter for it. Can you see that door? Just to the, so if I show you there to the right. Look at this. Now we've got a C-32 there. Look. Oh, how cool is that? So that must be. There's those, yeah, look at this, it's amazing, isn't it? The history there, right there. I think that's a class shot. So that's got to be at least then, if those are Wellingtons, then what, probably 1937, 38 that was built then, right? Maybe. Wow. Cool, isn't it? Love that. I can't believe it's still there, and I've managed really by chance to have a photo, to find a photo of it. Oh, well, where on earth did the rivet joint go? It was here today, it's gone now. Where they moved that to? It's not a set of keys, is it? Goodness me, how'd you do that? Must have towed it. It was a Royal Air Force Rivet Joint, Goose 51 Squadron. I say Goose because that's the emblem on it, 51. down just not too far. Must have been the fog at it. The fog at the rivet joint by the look of it. I can now make up the lights. Nice set of circuits, good for training. A huge lift.
You can get the bingo cards free download on our website. Visit tedconingsby.co.uk. They are free to download. Just click on Brize Bingo, tedconingsby.co.uk. We do have a KC-135 that appears to be RTB. This could be good. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Hope we're all good. And, well, got a couple more movements. Got a couple more movements before we finish up. Do you know what's really interesting today? There's a lot of amplified sounds today. Like I think it was the third KC-135 that took off. I thought it was one here, quite close to us. I could not believe how the sound travelled all the way here. I've never heard that before, and I can certainly hear the crew. Of course, the wind is blowing towards me from the crew in that direction. It's pretty much borderline with 10 and 28. It's right in the middle.
looking promising for that KC-135 to be RCV, which is looking good. And we've also the Wolfhound just over Bury St Edmunds at the moment. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the show. And, got the C-146A and the KC-135 en route. Here we go. And someone's just okay, actually this is a perfect example. Someone's asking about the flag. Yes, that is correct. On US, on any service personnel, whether it's British or American, Ted, show us the flag, mate. So you park up an aircraft, you fly a flag, there's the flag. A flag will always represent and fly from left to right, which is why on the left arm of your suit, of your uniform, should always be in the correct way, okay? And it's always on the left of the aircraft. So Ted, show us the back, mate. So now look at the flag. When you look at it the other way, so this means when you stare at a flag behind, it will be in reverse. Simple as that, which is why on the right arm of, whether it's Royal Marines, it'll be back to front, the British flag. The US Marines, the NYPD, anything, your right shoulder, your right arm will have the flag back to front. The right side of an aircraft, it will be back to front. Regardless of what country you are, your flag will be the other way on the right side or your right arm. The reason, again, look at the flag flying. If you were to stand behind it, it flies that way. It should always be flown from left to right, correct, but when you look at it from the other side, that's why they look back to front, and which is why the Vespina as well, on the right side, the British flag looks upside down, because it should be on the right side, should be upside down or back to front, whatever way you want to call it. And that's as simple as that. That's why.
Even on clothing, the flag on your right arm should be your flag in reverse, or what it looks like when you look at it from the other side. So there we go. That's as simple as that. It has no other meaning, any other facts and figures. Incorrect. The real reason is flags fly on the pole, left to right. That is it. No more. No, oh, it's in trouble or whatever, or it's on another country. It's completely incorrect. Can you imagine trying to change a flag every time you fly over a country? Thank you. Yeah, that was good old Ted showing us the flag there. Really easy to understand, isn't it? Thank you very much. Okay, here comes our C-146. So, which is why when I look at movies, right, whether they're police or military, I always look at the right arm flag. I'm like, no, it's not in river. It should be, and you can actually get them issued for your right arm. The flag on the right arm, and I'm always like that with movies. I'm like, oh no, it's wrong. Terrible me. Well, I can certainly hear a KC-135 spooling as well. Send it. God, done half climb. Look at this. Too long on it, so I'm a bit cautious about the KC-135. We do have another one. Sorry, we do have another arrival, I think. Let me see where it's gone. I was worried it was right behind it. I've had that before where I'm like, yeah, it'd be fine, and then it's there. Yeah, I was thinking that, Matt. Yeah, with countries that are symmetrical and like a Japanese flag. Yeah. So just horizontal lines. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, let's have a look. Lithuania. Yeah, exactly. Netherlands. Again, Luxembourg. Anything horizontal. Yeah, spot on. Okay, here we go. Circuits, come on, we can only hope for this one. KC-135, here we go. Now you can see the two pods that we spoke about. Those will have drogue and probe methods, so they'll have a drogue basket inside, connected to the hose inside those special mark pods. £21,600 of thrust in each of those CFM International engines. Who's picking up these different sounds today? This is what we call a close copy station crest with the King's Crown now. Same as Lakenheath, same as Kirk Newton, Upper Hayford, Brampton, and that's all because of Support Command. It's called a close copy. The only difference is in the blue circle on the bottom we got the name of the station. So Lakenheath exactly the same. The eagle on top of an Ionian Greek pillar with a cross in it. They're all your famous on the Ted Reggie channel. You can see the basket, look at that. Can you see that? The drogue basket just sat there, look. See? They can do both. Oh yeah. First time I've actually seen the basket inside that. Did you see that? I hope you got to see that. That's not very common to see that. Unless you work here, of course.
KC-135 Strato tanker. So those were the Mark 32B pods. So we can do a bit of both. So I think before we finish up, I think we've got one more departure for you. I'm glad you got to see that. That was the Mark 32B drogue pods. For those asking about the boomstick and the two pods, the KC-135 can, if I got this right from what I read, it can do two with the drogue and probe, but can't do a third one in the middle just because it's got the boomstick. I think it's not, it's more of a safety thing. So if it's one boomstick, one at a time, of course, as we've seen, but it can do two together, one either side of the, if they're both drogue and probe method. So for example, two Typhoons either side of it. It couldn't do the middle with the boomstick. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be able to do it. It will probably cause, if I got this right, it will also probably cause a bit of turbulence, I think. I'm not 100% sure on that last bit. But I can imagine, because there are sometimes occasions where if you've got a formation, they can create a little bit of turbulence between each other. But that's a different story. Anyway, that's my thinking of that anyway. Hope we're all good. Right, so we've got another departure just coming up. Amazing, you can hear the sound all the way down there now. Go. So, potentially our last movement for us today. Hello. Muzz, not Captain Weber, Karen Glenn, Alex Blackcat, Margot, how you doing? Hope you're all good. What have I done here? I just moved that. Silly me. Martin Hamlin, how you doing as well? Oi oi, Mark Dudley, Alex Blackcat, Karen Glenn. Hope we're all good. Muzz, Paul Cardy, thanks a lot for joining us today. That's right, the KC-135 on the rear can be fitted with a dedicated hose for the drogue to attach to the aircraft's probe, or be fitted with a boomstick. But it could also be fitted with 2 additional Mark 32 drogue basket pods, refueling pods on the wing tips. So it can have 2 pods and 1 boomstick in the middle, or complete straight 3. But why do that to yourself? Have 2 different types. Not a second one though, is it? We may get one more movement before we go, actually. It looks like we could, 100% of course. There is a C-17, which is about half an hour away, I reckon. Maybe we'll wait for it. Thanks, Davey. Davey, wasn't that the one that was supposed to come here this morning and it turned back or something due to the weather? Stay for that C-17 if it's looking good. We'll have a look. Have a look at the altitude. If it starts dropping in about 10 minutes time, it's looking good. Thanks a lot, Davey, for that. There was another series of aircraft that was supposed to arrive this morning, and with the thick fog, for the first time ever in my history of setting foot here, there was no imminent departure. Nothing could even walk out of here. It was pretty thick. of course, don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents, teddy bears. I'm not sure if we've hit our 1,000 likes yet, but please support the channel. We've been cleared to touch and go on that like button. Give us a thumbs up. All right. This one's going for it. Normally they... Here we go. What's happened here? Well, this doesn't look good. No, definitely not. I think this is... This is not happening. Dear, I wonder what's happened here. Let's have a look, one sec. Well, these things happen. Right, reject the flight, isn't it? Absolutely. So something's obviously up with that. 1,000 likes, thank you very much. I hope everything's all right with that. Davey for the updates. 1,000 likes. Another round of 1K. Love it. Well, unfortunately these things happen, so that's a note to that. Now let's have a, before we finish up for the day, just have a quick look at the C-17, not this one, the one just over the sea, just sort of west of Netherlands. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's looking good. Yeah, Perry, definitely, yeah, it's looking good now. It's just turned to 70 degrees west, I think, by the look of it. I'm just going to grab a quick cup of tea, just really quickly. Looks like it may be coming back to give it another go on that takeoff. Jade Borton, thank you very much. Thanks, man. some WD-40 on that, mate. Somebody's actually going to put some oil on there. Alright, here we go. No. No, it's been rejected again, aborted for the second time. Something's not quite right with it. Gucci man, how you doing? Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with it. Something's just having a look now. Let's see what's up. We've got a C-17 with got fire now, reach 802. taxiing back. A C-17 not far away using the ILS runway 28. Oh, it's actually, I can see it already. I thought it would still be a little bit of a way yet. The clouds have obviously got better. And that is, look at this, beautiful. C-17 is agile, man. Oh, it really is. We're gonna have a look at our Lake District video of this Elvis swinging its hips all right. Goodness me. Through the Lake District, gave it some. I thought it was a fighter jet at first, but no, it was one of these. Well, there we go. That's our C-17 Reach 802, and that is pretty much it for our show. I think Ted and I are going to go and have some tea and get in the warm. It's been a great day. Been lots of nice variety. Osprey, KC-135s, C-146, C-17. Pretty cool. And a disappearing act from the Rivet Joint. Thank you very much to we got Mummy to a rock star. Thank you, high five. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron Guards March, and Margot Baxter as well. Thank you very much for the super sticker. Hank for Huel Phantom Fanatic, thanks a lot for the super. Jay Bolton, superb stream as always. Nikos, Ted and crew, thank you very much for the super chat. Brian Acosta, thank you very much for the super chat. Johnny B, well done on your 2 years membership. 2 years now. Thank you very much for your 2 years. Thank you very much. We need a Red Ted's Guards March. Muzz, thank you very much for your 13 months membership. Have a great one, TCS. Thank you very much. Well, high five, thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. So a little shout out. I got a message from Mark White, Oyo Nikos, Guards March to you, and it's for his wife Sally, who's just presented him with 2 framed signed photos of Ted. Nice one. And Gary as well, another. High five, Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership, and also Gary as well, thanks for the super chat as well. The AWCU there flying around.
Nice one, sure now.
Bundesliga, yes. My name is Jens from Germany. How are you?
I'm alright now, just finishing up for the day. Just got to do me perimeter checks.
What is over here?
Let's have a walk there now.
I'm just looking to see what's happening. What is this? I see it's F-35. Yeah.
Well, that's right now. Yeah, that is a pretty little plane.
It's an F-35A.
Yeah, I know. Hey,
No, it's an F-35A variant.
what do you mean? It's an F-35.
Yes, that's right. It's an F-35A.
No, it's an F-35. Just 5.
No, but it's the A variant.
Well, I don't know what you mean by variant. I mean, it's an F-35.
You see, some of them, they hover.
Oh, yeah, like the Argos version. I thought that's what it stood for.
No, you must be serious here. These are F-35A. Yesterday we saw the B. They didn't hover, but they can hover.
Oh, hover, yeah, well, I use mine at home. I've got a Hoover at home.
No, hover, not Hoover.
I hover, mate.
Yes, I see there's a bit of confusion. Never mind. Anyway, how did you get on with the football?
Oh, yeah, it was good, mate. Yeah, how's the football over there?
It's all about Bundesliga. It was amazing. Amazing. The Klinsmann always brings a cheer to my heart and soul.
Oh, yeah, that's right, the Klinsmann. You going to do that impression?
Yes, I remember for Tottenham Hotspur, he did this amazing trick. It was like this. Referee.
Dear, oh dear, he's off his bunders, isn't he? Anyway, hope you've enjoyed the show there now. The Gurnt planes there now. Nice to have a few pretty little ones. Right, my name's Reggie, part of the RAF Regiment. You behave yourself down now. Oh look, there's another pretty little plane.
Right, ladies, gents and teddy bears, thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us. And that's our show done. We are done. And nice to have a little finish with that. Oh yes, pretty cool. Thank you very much for tuning in today. And RAF Mildenhall, thank you very much for everything today, and of course RAF Lakey, thanks for that as well. Hope you've all enjoyed the show, and thanks for tuning in, our members and fans as well. Thank you so much. So thank you all of you who have tuned in on this wonderful day, another one for the show, and hope you enjoyed it. My name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Mildenhall. So it is, and for the last time for today, see you soon. Wish you well. See ya. Oh yeah, ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted.
Ladies, gents and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Brize Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Oh yeah.